Oh, dude. Good guy. It ain't about the energy to stream. It's about having promised I would. Uh, I really felt that I might not actually stream at all today. And I was like, but I do want to play some Boulder Skate. I can just chill. We don't have to do anything expensive or fucked up today. We can just. I want this one. I want this one. I think this is the better one. Uh, we died yesterday in the autumn road run, which I'm kind of happy about actually. So we're going again. Honor. How are you feeling, good guy? After yesterday, you hungover. Right. The strip. Always. I know. You'll be at my show. Ducky! Honk honk. How you doing, Ducky? Slight headache, but nothing too bad. Yeah, kind of the same here. I don't necessarily have a headache, I'm just tired. Body's, my body is not with me today. So I'm thinking we're just gonna sit here, we're gonna chill, I'm gonna play some dope ass Boulder Skate 3. Was just about to go to bed. Go sleep, Ducky. Thanks for checking in. We should go sleep. I'm a bit hungover, but not too much. I'll survive. I'll survive. Let's see, we're gonna be Will again. I really want to play him. Carry me home. We're not gonna use friends this time at all, actually. This one I don't understand, but I want it. Ring the bell of impending doom. 1d12 damage this early on is pretty dope. My little windmill. Wait, we're not gonna use those. Small things. And command. Because I still want that fucking sword from the first demon. We're still gonna go with a male tiefling as our guardian. The big one. Commiserating, say it ain't so. I will not go. Yeah, I'm gonna skip a lot of dialogue and cutscenes of the things that we've already gone through for my own sake. Oh, come on.
What did that illithid do to me?
What that illithid did to you?
Forget it. I've got a
He put some shit in your head, boy. We're gonna go up here. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna grab that. We're gonna pick up the chest itself. We're heading over here.
2 steps at a time.
2 steps at a time.
There for the taking.
It is there for the taking. That's very true. I think I'll just be lurking for most of the stream, sitting and taking it easy right now, playing modern Minecraft. Man, a lurk is very, very appreciated.
Just a peek.
And like I said, I'm not doing anything too cool today. We're just chilling. We're just vibing. And I appreciate any and all lurks, always. You do you, good guy. You do what you feel like doing. You ain't owe anyone nothing, man. Likely vibing to the stream beats.
What's this now?
Oh, I will have fun. This is my type of game.
I love surprises.
We're gonna loot this fucker right here. Don't need the illicit record though. I feel like you can hear on my voice though that I was drinking last night and stayed up late. I think I get a huskier voice when I've been drinking.
Sure, why not?
What up, little brain?
Yes, you've come to save us. The exposed brain.
Have I come to save you?
Before they return.
Tell me what to do, baby. I'll investigate your exposed brain.
Free us.
That didn't work at all, so I don't know anything here.
Apart from this strange context,
Oh, fucking dexterities were better. Stat. That didn't work either. It's not starting out well, let me tell you.
And you?
You know no creature like this. One that
We're
is
just
more
fucking gonna
brain
destroy
than
the brain.
person.
Yeah. Warning, gore. Just shaking off the blood from his hands. That is fucked, man. That is pretty fucking fucked. And be your ruler. And maybe I'll rule. Still think this game is really beautiful. I am no thrall. This is true. So what do you suggest we do?
It'll address the matter of a cure for this.
Oh, we're gonna fight things? Ataka, indeed. Gotta go murder, murder, murder.
I will not.
Let's just run and smack. Best thing about the start here is you have these healing pods fucking everywhere. So you can just do whatever you want, kind of.
Favors the fearless.
Dexterity hex. And then 95% chance of hitting, which did not happen. Alright, it's not starting out great, gang. The dice are against us for sure. So oh, come on. Really? Let's heal you right quick. Kill the imp. Thank you very much. We're gonna reapply it there.
Do I detect loot?
We're just gonna loot some stuff here. Critical miss, you say? And I did not critical miss, so there's
You
that.
proved surprisingly adequate.
Imp fucker.
Now, to the helm.
Hey, Frankie Frank! Welcome in. How are we living today? I mean, we are alive.
This better be good.
So that's something. I'm not too hungover. My voice is a bit hungover husky. And I'm tired. That's about it. I probably wouldn't be able to like run a mile today, but when can I ever? Oh my gosh, we got an ad in coming in 4 minutes as well, gang. Which, and I'm terribly sorry, but we do to get rid of the rulons.
Let's see.
Wait, I gotta be honest about how many honored run deaths I've gone through.
Gay machinery. I can
Gay
make sense of
machinery.
it.
Wait, we could actually... What if we free her before? Love the soundtrack. Yeah, that's... I was really in the mood for some puddles. Like, it's
We have no time for stragglers.
it's cozy. It's good music, man.
Warding room.
Are you
Alright.
satisfied?
I know
We
everything I need to.
Hurry!
Now we're gonna go to this console and save her.
The console appears dormant.
Warlock.
The console hums to life.
It hums to life. Hum 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 hum. Nice, alright, so dice
Pulsing glow
are
and
working a bit
organic
better
lights
now
that are
than they
about to
started
open the nearby
out
pod.
doing.
Suddenly, then discomfort fades, and another
Let's will the pod
sensation washes
open.
over you.
We did not.
Connection. Or you feel the
We succeeded.
biomechanical brain
We didn't
of the
fail.
console process a shiver run.
Man. Alright, my brain might not be braining very well either today, so that might be another hungover thing.
Your mind.
You keep dangerous company. I did.
We're in
They'll
each other's
have to. Let
head,
me
Shadow
come with
Heart. Let's get
Shadow
going,
Heart.
and will.
Fine.
Time to
She's
go.
right.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. Throw him back till I lose count. When I'm swing like a chandelier here, from the chandelier here.
Did the machine?
Love this cover of Chandelier by Sia. Let's bump your head. Ah, nice.
On the victor's path.
3 is a good damage. Nice. Love it when it's an easy kill. And easy fight.
What have we here?
And that fight ensures that we will be able to
The brain.
hit level 2
Was a time.
before we fight the intelligence devourers on the beach. Let's see if we can. Let's fight it just cuz, you know?
Take your
Time to strike.
I think we only get like the 1 XP from this though. We're gonna kill it. It's a good measure. That's right.
Heading out. I love surprises.
Party gained 10 experience though, so that's not bad at all actually. 10 XP is 10 XP,
How many
as
hosts
the
must be infected?
children say. Let's grab these things.
Perfect fit for those pod controls.
Let's grab this, let's grab that, and pick it up. And then we are going to send these chests to Lazelle. Can I send this to camp already? No, I can't. There's still a lot this early on, I think. Yeah, like 10 XP is a lot
This better be good.
right now. Pretty sure. Yeah. So there's the difference between 55 and 65 XP. Quite obviously. Now I gotta figure out where to place those. The chests.
Once who put you
Do as I say. Yes, Mommy Lacelle. I'll do as you say. Starter combo.
do it?
We'll deal with the gate afterwards. Of course. Split these intruders
Got to
open.
write it. No mercy.
You're gonna run up there and hit that imp. Yeah, baby. We're gonna give her her own shield, just so she can take a beating, hopefully. Oh, come on. Why would you want to fight my big, burly Lazelle? Alright, let's stab. There we go. That's a dead hellboar. We're gonna drop these fuckers, drop items. Oh, come on, really? Sphincter. Alright, drop this item then. And we drop the next one. That looks like it kinda works, right? We'll try it out. We'll try it out, gang.
Make way.
Like, worst case, it doesn't work out, and then it's just the same as it's always been. Ouchies. Sorry, I won't have shit, bro. Wait, dead thrall? Is that? No, it's just some rando. Thought it would be someone with the same outfit as Shadowheart. Hey, welcome back, ad viewers.
I'd better take
Thanks
a
for your
peek.
patience. Let's see here. Alright, we're gonna run up.
2 steps at a time.
Alright. Dexterity curse. And then a little pew pew. And he's taken care of. Tentacle lash. Yas. Lashing? Good. Can we shoot him from here? Pew pew! No, miss. This mind flayer is not long for this world. Let me tell you.
On my way.
Battle favors the fearless. Making my move.
Alright, if we fail the command roll, or if he saves, nice. Never mind, we don't have to do what I thought we would have to do. probably have cursed him before I did the thing, right? Not enough movement. Oh, yes, you do. Let's see if we can heal the Mind Flayer a little bit. There we go. Connect the transphobes? I'll connect the transphobes.
We must take the transponder. Open up.
That. We're gonna see if we can shoot him a little bit. Critical hit, 3 points of damage.
Or your spine is mine.
Nearly out of sky. It's now or never.
I'm gonna do some sacred magic on him. That did not work out the way I wanted it to. Can we shove you? Ha ha ha! Suppose. Alright. Now we get more enemies. I'm gonna grab this dead thrall. Pick that up. Push him out through the hole? Is that possible? Ooh, shit, I don't know. It feels like you should be able to, right? I've never tried it either. I'm gonna try this new spell as well. 1 HP. That was worth it. That's well, it's a cantrip, so it's not really a waste. Because it's a cantrip. Oh. There we go. She's gonna beat him with his own sword. No?
Let these intruders open. The furnace is ours.
Miss. Come on. Lae'zel. You gotta be better than this.
Strike hard, strike fast.
Strike hard, strike fast.
This is my time.
Well, you struck decently fast, I guess. Was it hard, though? I didn't think so. I'm gonna try this out again. 1d12, come on. Let's go. 3, fuck you. Commander Jolk drops his weapon, you're... How do you change their weapons mid-combat without expending an action slot? You can't. I expended an action slot. It's just like, if you press tab, you open up all the inventories. So you can like throw weapons between them, or gold and shit. That's fine. But actually equipping it is an action. Sadly. Where is my mind? Come on, Shulk. That's right, 15 damage and you're bleeding. I'm gonna heal myself up a little bit. Slurp, slurp. Healing. Dark One's Blessing. Right, we'll see what happens with the Cambions now. He seems to be stopped by it, but that happens every time. Maybe it is just the fact that like they stop here, it gives you 1 extra turn, and that's it. Smack.
Have to keep going. I need to get to that transponder.
Alright, we're close enough. Come on. Quill. Can't even fight a Hellbore? You're the Blade of Frontiers, really? Come on, advantage and you still can't hit him? Dang. Shit, is Will gonna die here? No. Yeah, no, because that one wants to help Jolk here. Yeah. So it gives me 1 round. Or I've done it wrong.
This is my time.
Alright, I think we're gonna... Oh, come on. I want the XP, is all.
Let's take a look.
Like, at least these guys that you're kind of supposed to defeat. Oh, come on. Alright, we're gonna leave it like that. Provokes an attack of opportunity. Yeah, but he won't hurt me that bad, though, will he?
Make way.
Yeah, that's right. Fucking miss. Come on. Give me a good hit. Sweet Caroline. Whap, whap, whap. How's our favorite drunken doctor doing? I am doing kind of well, Panda. I'm a little bit hungover. Brain is not braining as well as it should be. My body is hurting. It's your turn now. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's difficult to hit when you don't have a weapon, isn't it?
Better get to it.
How are you doing, Panda? Are you recovered from all that carrying yesterday? How's your back doing?
You made it in time.
And you get some tentacle action this morning? Still waking somewhat up from staying up late? I didn't stay up that much later after quit the stream. It was like a little bit past midnight. Then I went to the sofa and was like, I'm gonna watch Rogue One, the Star Wars movie. Put it on, fell asleep on the couch. Wake up at 3 a.m. going like, oh fuck, I really need to sleep in the bed, and then I went to bed instead. Still waking up even though you've been awake for 4 hours. Dude, same. I think I've been awake for 4 hours as well, but also feel like I'm still waking up. I've had a huge cup of coffee. It's my first monster of the day. It doesn't help. I mean, it's nice, but...
It hurts just to think, but you need to get your bearings.
You have a devil called Karlach to hunt. That's what I need to focus on. Because that Karlach, she's gonna be my wife. Hey, Shadowheart. I don't want to steal her artifact, I just want to wake her.
I'm alive.
I was hoping you might know that.
Remember the
What happened to our gift
You might want to
friend?
reconsider calling her
You
a
don't think we
friend.
should call her friend?
Looks like she ran off with
Well, we
us.
should look for her,
I'm
because
more
she might be
concerned for
injured
her.
or worse.
First things first. We might
Also,
escape.
she
We
has
still have these little... We need each
a sword I really
other,
want.
and we both know what's at stake.
Let's
Captain,
get
but one
moving.
thing. Just
Thank you
it
for
would have been
freeing
all
you.
too easy
Yeah,
for you to
so
run
good.
right past my pod. Lead the way.
Like, why wouldn't I help her? Why would I not try to free her? Doesn't make sense. When you're gonna play Sunken Land or Grounded, just be prepared that they're long progression games. It will take a few hours to get a decent bit in. Yeah, no, that I understand as well. 5 hour-ish for you to get a bit in Grounded maybe 10 to 15 depending on the difficulty. No, I can understand. I'm thinking like when I play Grounded, we're gonna do it for a week, like a week worth of streams. We're gonna do Grounded. Same-ish with Sunken Land, probably. Because like those are the types of games I love. Gonna get Armor of Agathis in our face, Agonizing Blast, Repelling Blast, Bane. One with Shadows is just not same thing. False Life, yeah. Devil's Sight is useless. I already have proficiency in Deception and Persuasion. This one's like Beast Speech is decent though. What are we gonna change? We're gonna flip Command and no, we're gonna keep Command actually. I'm gonna keep Command. Technically Sunken Land is an FPS as well as technically but PV. Oh yeah. We'll see. We'll see about that then. I won't make any promises anymore. You can also use Command actually, because Command is such a good spell. Inflict Wounds I like, but Guiding Bolt is 4d6. It's 24. That's 30. No. Inflict Wounds is the better one. Higher potential damage.
Over onward.
When am I gonna add the redeem? Not today, because I'm tired, man. I just want to chill today. But it'll be up until next week. It'll be up by next week, I promise. You wanna scare me with some feel-good stuff? So mean. So mean. I gotta set up the multicast for YouTube and shit as well. Yes, 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 yes! Oh, hydrates? Whoa, dude. The little Panda S. Oh my gosh. Give me some fish. Yeah. Shanties for the bitch queen.
River Chiota. I'd know those clear waters anywhere.
Pick up. You can pick up the backpack as well, actually. Like, I know people use backpacks and shit to organize their backpacks. Like, you'll have backpacks within backpacks. I am not that organized. But I might try to be. No, I'm not gonna. You can sell the backpack. Mangled Fisher. Give me your body. Need someone like you. Let me grab my belladonna. Oh, well. I'm falling in love.
More of those wretched things.
And there's the rest of the intellect devourers. I think like one of the funniest jokes in the Dungeons and Dragons movie is when they encounter intellect devourers and they're like, oh, they'll eat anything that they deem intelligent enough, and then those intellect devourers just walk past the main characters, like not even bothered.
Every step counts.
It's mean but funny.
Cloak and dagger, my favorite.
Alright. hit it from here. Nice. Nice. That is fucking dope. Timing there, bitch. And a 99% chance to hit. Let's go. It's not this character's turn. Alright. I'm just gonna stand over here then. I think you get a dash. Guards. Oh, you can do. Right. Sonic. Synaptic discharge.
Finding my way
We're gonna dip our sword here.
could be a help.
Smack, smack, smack.
On my way.
And then Q. Nice. Fuck, she's actually doing her job today. Don't fall in love. Q. There we go.
Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
This is kind of what we want to get going. I accidentally made a tactical master stroke there, killing 2 intellect devourers with one of these explosions. I didn't know you could. I just saw it was close by. Got into turn-based mode. I was like, fuck, I hope that this works. And it did, yay! This is also a fucking amazing cover. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Right, we gotta lockpick this shit. $19. There we go. I'm gonna grab all of that.
Finders keepers.
We're not alone. Can't forget how to hate.
Harry, I've got one of those there, in the
There,
grass.
in the grass.
You can kill it, can't you?
Easily.
Like
Stand back. I shall kill it for you, frail-looking man. Oh no. Oh, Struth. I've been tricked.
And you, keep your
I need him alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you just how messy things can.
promises, promises. Now, I saw you on the ship.
I'm gonna headbutt him. Headbutt him again. That's, like, if I can do it, it's so worth it. Nope. Fuck.
You wriggling little. Ah!
Your mind twists. You're looking out of. You try to hold them.
Yeah, now we see through his
What was
eyes.
that? What's going on?
Whisper cantrip to burn his hand. No, we're just gonna... It's the Mind Flayer worms. Love that you have like 4 different options to get out of that one situation, though. That's beautiful.
Not one of. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards.
Glad to
Indeed
see
we
we're all
are.
caught up now.
My name's Astarion.
I am
I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts.
Will
were
the
mad.
Way of the Frontiers.
You've been so.
Just told him my whole story
Did you
instead,
learn
I guess,
anything
in a
about
second.
these worms? While
They'll turn us
wandering
into
to
Mind
listen to-
Flayers, and
Of
he thinks
course
that's
it'll
funny
turn me
because
into a
he was
monster.
forced to become a vampire.
What else? Although it hasn't happened yet. If we can find an
I need to get
expert,
going, but you
someone
can
that
shelter at my
control these-
camp because I don't want to travel with you
was
today.
ready to go this alone. And good luck.
There you go. Get the fuck to camp. We don't have space for weird little elf boys. You're too pale. Too white for this company?
Deep grooves in the mud around that one.
Sending out an SOS. Harp marks an area called Moonrise Towers with small inky crescents sketched in the nearby forest. Below the crescent is a more recent scroll cache. Cache? I've never known how to pronounce that. Is it cache or cache? Sacrilegious activity among a local Selunite sect.
2 steps at a time.
Because I think it's just cache, but that sounds too much like moolah cache. Cache. Thank you, Frankenstein. I shall trust your judgment. Depending on accent. What if my accent is sexy? Sexy Scottish accent. How would I pronounce it then? Show me your case. Sorry. I'm so silly sometimes. I'm gonna grab this corpse. Trash. Stupid. That's too silly. I tell you, too silly.
Mind flare. And it's hurt.
Pew pew! XP!
Even if injured,
Monster.
just because
Fuck that mind flayer. Like, you don't need to throw water here, but I like to. Oh, we're gonna loot these fuckers. We could grab Gale while we're here as well. Fuck it.
dead goblins over there. Worth checking for supplies, maybe.
I thought that I heard you scream.
What's this now? There, on the wall.
Approach the sigil on the stone.
Touch the sigil. Just get out.
Hand? Anyone?
Slap the hand? No. We're gonna tune ourselves to the sigil, because we are a warlock. So obviously we're gonna use what magics we have. It's working wonders. Nice.
Hello. I'm Gale,
Gale,
of Waterdeep. Apologies. Usually better at this.
No need
A
to
bit shocked.
apologize.
Say, but I know you, don't I? In a manner of speaking.
I was,
I
yes.
can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome
Go on.
insertee we speak of, this parasite. It's a process known as ceramorphosis.
I know it's known as
And let me
ceramorphosis.
assure you, you don't happen to be a cleric by any chance, do
Doctor,
you?
surgeon, uncanny light dwarf with a
You seem to
knitting
know
needle?
enough about
Nope.
Most, no doubt. But I find myself looking to
I'm
have
gonna
established few enough
reveal that
care.
I'm a
It's
warlock.
not exactly a common
Sure.
affliction. We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon.
Sounds like a plan. You're welcome to join me.
An act of
Man, like, I like Gale, but fuck, he talks a lot. Just get to the point, man. It's the same with Elminster. Although Elminster is worse than Gale, arguably. Much worse. Elminster never gets to the fucking point. You're gonna be a conjuration wizard if you're gonna hang with me. What are we gonna use? Hurl a sphere and possibly create a surface on impact. Alternatively, choose a different type of damage. Chromatic orb is good, so. I really don't like either of those. Like Witch Bolt and like Mage Armor, I always feel is useless. Honestly, like those extra AC, I don't need it. Just don't get into close combat or get into a situation where your wizard will be hurt enough. I'm saying that as if I'm some fucking expert. I've lost 2 honor runs already, so. Maybe I need more mage armor in my life. Maybe my disdain for mage armor is why stuff isn't working out for me.
I hear shouting up ahead.
You can hear shouting as much as you want to. We're not gonna go there just yet. We're gonna go over here. Oh, you actually walk over there. I didn't know that. Then you can just walk here. We're gonna lie to these tieflings.
Zoro was right.
The thing's dangerous.
And if it escaped?
Oh, I guessed.
Get rid of them.
Deception. Get out of here.
He's right. Let's go. We need to check out that blast.
A
We
blast.
didn't hear it. Shook our camp good, so we came for a look.
I'm in dire need of hailing. Where's this camp of yours?
Northwest. Look,
And be careful. There are
I mess.
Goblin traps everywhere, you
enough
say?
gawking. Get me.
Say
No.
please, baby. The rising sun.
Get me down.
Welcome down,
The
Lazel.
tadpole hasn't yet scrambled, but the longer we wait, my people possess the cure for this infection.
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness.
Alright, we're journeying together.
Made an
Let's
ally
find
from
the
Crèche
crash.
Galère. Few know.
I'll trust your judgment.
You've a sharp tongue.
Huh.
Come, a creche must.
Half elf. Oh, by the way, gang, today's Saturday, which means Eurovision finals are today. I'm gonna go over to a friend's apartment and we're gonna be a couple people eating pizza and watching the Euros. Eurovision. Best thing about the month of May is Eurovision. Alright, I'm gonna try to talk to them again. Party gained 10 experience? That's very nice. But why? I wanna explore here. Got a rogue's morsel there. Swim. You've been brainwashed. The thing is, like, I always liked Eurovision. As a kid, I did, and then I became a teenager, and I was actually brainwashed to not like Eurovision. Because everyone was like, no, liking Eurovision is stupid, it's not cool. So I said I never liked it, but I still do. I've always loved it.
That might be worth a learn.
It's a love that's never died. It's not brainwashing. I promise, I promise. I can't help falling in love with you. Give me that chest, baby. Oh yeah.
You're both twice as tall as me, but we don't know what... I'm telling you. And the crypt can wait. Mariam,
Stop!
got ourselves competition already. That's our ship.
That ship is full of poisonous vapors, probably demonic. I'd stay away.
Poisonous? What?
What?
That thing could be carrying a... We're leaving. Come on, move it!
Like, I know I don't get any XP for these dudes. Would it have been quicker to kill them? No, it wouldn't have. I literally said one thing, and they were like, oh, let's get the fuck out of here, man. Killing them would have been a couple rounds of combat. Like, Sometimes Lysel is just too bloodthirsty. Let that be a lesson, kids. Violence isn't always the answer. It's gonna be the answer soon, but not this time. We're about to use violence as the answer. We're gonna lie our pants off. You can pick up the backpacks as well. And the burlaps, the burlaps, yeah. Wait, can we pick these up as well? We can. I wonder, we hope we can sell them.
Everything alright out there?
Gimblebook triggered some trap. He needs help now. We're a bit of a liar. Today. Critical success. Nat 20, baby!
Get inside and I'll...
Always easier if they unlock the door. Why do you want to kill us, though? No, we're gonna do non-lethal damage now, because we are technically nice people. Ray of Frost. No.
Let's finish this.
Smack!
Will ascend.
I speak, they burn.
Jay says, how am I this bad? Everyone is missing. Let's go. Pew! That's a lot of damage. Thank you.
I am fury. I am
Sending
death.
us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Turn back time to the good old days. Us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Ever onward. Dust everywhere. Been a while since the last prayers.
Who are those prayers for? Normally the patron god is obvious. Not here.
We need to make money. Wake up, you need to make money. Alright, I'm gonna grab the cheese. Grab this sausage. Supply pack. Carafe of wine. Carafe of water. The cheese. The cheese, Gromit! The cheese! Let's see. We can grab some candles. Sleep by now, we're stressed out. Are we stressed out though?
I love surprises.
Never thought this music would slap in like a 90s style. This is not 90s style. This is like jazz blues. So I'd say it's more 40s, 50s style music. But now I feel like I'm definitely wrong on that account as well.
So might as well.
Mage Hand is a cantrip. Let's go. Because what Mage Hand can do...
Where am I needed?
Is it just me, or is she, like, very short in her portrait here?
Ready for
What's up with that? Alright, we're gonna place him here. We're gonna turn that off.
secrecy upon
We're gonna put you over here.
Stay out of sight.
You over here. You can be here. And then we'll place the summoned Bite over here. Oh, come on, really? Oh, it just lasts for 10 turns.
Can't afford any mistakes.
Peculiar way.
How'd you get past that? Back off!
Reapply hex. Let's see. Failed headbutt worm escape. Worm scheme. Worm scheme. Alright, she can walk as much as she wants because she hasn't been seen yet. Neat. That means she will kill. She is a murderer.
Sharp as ever.
Well, not technically a murderer because Mari didn't die. She knows.
Should get some rest. I need to keep sharp.
Major Tom, can you hear me, Major Tom?
Oh, enough waiting.
Can she
I
pick it
crave
up though?
blood.
Yes, she can. Nice.
The pride of the gate. Keeping pace. I love surprises.
Oh, let's see. Thing is, like, now I know there are people behind this door. Approximately four of them. Don't know what the correct thing to do here. What the correct thing to do is here. Because we can turn on the lights to begin with. What we could do is place the oil barrel here and kind of lure them out. Let's see if we can do this. We'll place you squishy boys back here.
Yes.
Indolence breeds madness. An efficient path.
Undetected.
There we go.
There is work to do.
And she's just gonna open the door.
Clear off! Wait up!
One with the weave.
Oh, Jesus. Alright.
My faith will protect me.
So if we run over here, drink a little potion.
I am fury. I am death.
comes to share.
A hidden threat.
So she's hidden now. Yeah, and they try to dash, and they'll have to run through their own fire to get out to me. When they do, I can cast Grease, and or just throw the oil barrel at them, and it'll be fine. I think that's the strat here. They're dipping their... Hey, what's up, Stoney? I am worried about everything. I'm just gonna wait for them to open the door. There we go. Now we're all in the fight. Nice. Alright. Yep. You're on fire. Haha. Alright. Grease. There you go. And he's probably gonna run in here just to stay safe. Torga, you will get messed up. No? Alright, whatever.
Let's end this.
Let's command you to flee. There we go. Get away. Go. Run.
Victory awaits.
And you're gonna meet my sword. Come on, really? Fuck off. What the fuck? Critical hit at 11 with a fucking firebolt? That's too much. That's too much. All of this is too much. I don't think any of this is acceptable, quite honestly.
Please, Mistress.
Dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Fuck. We're gonna drink the speed potion so we can throw one of these fuckers over there. And then we're gonna blast this guy in the back. That gun. Watch that scene. Digging the dancing queen.
Victory awaits.
And we hit. We're gonna do action surge. There we go, knocked out, and we're gonna heal as well. Sweet. She's still running. Alright. Ice knife on Gale. Jesus. Dang, these dudes hurt. Young and sweet, only 17.
Let's light them up.
We're gonna do a short rest after this one.
Let my enemies fall.
There we go, and another one. Another one! Nope. Alright, fuck it then. Whoa, shit. There we go.
Focus.
Watch that scene. Begin the dancing queen.
Victory awaits.
Let's run in here.
No time to waste.
Aha! You died from burning. Ouchies.
Striking distance.
Ray of Frost.
Who favors the fearless? Coming through.
There we go. And another one, please. Nice. There we go. That dude is super fucked.
Can't give up. Not now. Got to move.
Path is interrupted. I bet it is. So far away.
Come find me if you dare.
I'm hidden in plain sight. Whee!
Taking position.
Alright, you're pretty tall, Lazel. Could you shoot? Yeah. Critical miss. You suck, Lazel. You gonna die now? No.
Die. Please help me.
Jeez, Gale, take it easy. You're not gonna die.
Need to act fast. Moving. Time to strike.
It's gonna be fine, man. It's gonna be fine.
I will not know failure.
There we go. And first short rest as well. Nice. Very sad, Seafreak, that you died here, but honestly, not my problem, not my fault. Y'all were really angry about me even being in this crypt, and I'm the kind of person who thinks you should be allowed to go wherever you please, as long as it's not private property. And this isn't private property. You can't say you own this place. It's been abandoned. It's just not gonna happen, man. And we're just gonna check out these books. I mean, no one's alive in here anymore, so no one's gonna need these books. And who knows? Some nerd in Faerun might want them. Grab the chapel records as well. Oh, I'm encumbered as well.
Something over there.
Let's see, wait. I'll send that to Lazel. Send these to camp. Send all of this to Lazel. Send this to camp. Sort all by type. There we go.
This better be good.
Oh, we got an ad incoming in 4.5 minutes, gang. I think I might actually take a little break at that point. Have myself a nicotine break. And then we'll get back. Such a good cover of War Pigs as well. Earth destruction.
Which way to the nearest library?
Give me back my bird.
The pride of the gate.
I need my bird.
Best foot forward.
Yes, I'm getting a distinct whiff of crypt. Undisturbed, too. Until now.
Let's see.
Is there anything there? No. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Ad starts in 3 minutes now. On death and resurrection. I'm not the reading kind, really. Well, IRL I am, but I don't think Will is the reading kind. He's more the swooshy swooshy, I have a sword kind.
So much for a war.
Wait, no, you don't want to light any.
The text on the plaque is a mystery to you.
Everyone's perception is failing.
Mine.
Man.
Careful with that thing.
Alright, let's open this. Grease. Oh fuck no! No 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 no! Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I'm the biggest idiot. I've never triggered this trap. Fuck me, come on. We ain't even made it out of Act 1 yet, gang. That's annoying. That's annoying. End campaign, main menu. We're gonna do it all over again. Yeah. I obviously need to take a break. Fuck. So annoying. I'm gonna stop being this stupid. But yeah. I'll be right back. Ad starting in like half a minute, so have fun with that. God fucking damn it. Oh my gosh. Alright, gang. I'm back. I'm here to get punished even more. Let's go. Fucking honor. I'm gonna be an expert at these first few minutes. By the end of everything. Don't reset the tutorials. There we go. Venture forth! Oh my gosh. Side of the moon.
Disgusting thing. Forget it. I've got a quarry to catch. Damn it, Karlak. Where have you gone to?
Damn it, Karlak, where have you gone to?
Could come in handy.
Let's grab the onyx. Can we pick up the... Nice, alright. We can sell that later. Why are you gonna run around the whole fucking table, dude?
This better be good.
That is not necessary at all.
I feel refreshed.
I feel refreshed.
I love surprises.
We are here.
We're gonna go get Mirnath. Us, rather.
Yes. Please. Before they return, remove us from this body.
I wanna try to get that investigation. Nice. Alright.
Notice edema, a swelling of the brain,
Cause then we can
pressure
use
where it strains
medicine
against the
as
shadow of
well.
the skull.
And to get advantage. Which is nice. Alright,
The
we got
brain
it.
lifts from the skull.
We're gonna mutilate the
Notice an
brain.
opportunity. You could
So
cripple the
hopefully it
strange
becomes
creature.
friendly. No? What happens if we
So,
fail?
should it prove a threat?
Do I have to fight it? It just runs away? Alright. Never knew that. Wait, no, Mirnath doesn't have anything in him, so we don't need to keep on with that. Oh my god.
Your head.
You are no thrall.
What do you suggest, baby?
First, we will address the matter of a cure.
Gotcha. How about the dexterity hex over here? And then a little Eldritch Blast in the pussy. There we go. We're gonna run over here. Come on.
Swift and lethal. You bow, or you break.
Firebolt! Or Fiery Bolt? It's Fiery Bolt, right? Didn't I see you crying?
Fleet
gonna run over here and loot. And she can deal with this. It's just 2 HP. You should be able to. Thank you very much.
Just a peek.
You proved surprisingly adequate.
You proved surprisingly adequate.
To the helm.
I'm the fucking Blade of Frontiers, baby. I'm a warrior born and raised, trained in the martial arts by the finest of Baldur's Gate.
I better hurry before those dragons bring the ship down, and me with it.
See, this is really cool. Just looking out there. To beg me.
Gate machinery. I can make no sense of it. Damn it, you! We have no time for stragglers.
Of course we do. The game won't end. Like, there's no fucking time limit, Lazel. We can do whatever we want in this game.
Are you satisfied? We need to go.
Magic link to the console. Oh! Oh, okay. Us went and got a friend. That is very interesting, actually.
My path be true.
To need me. Alright. I haven't had this happen before. This is a normal intellect devourer.
Two steps at a time.
Not us! You must be terminated!
That's scary. You are not us, you must be terminated. Super aggressive. You suck at this, us. Nice.
Easy enough.
We only get 10 experience for that whole thing. There's a 10 experience per dude. Oh, I don't know.
The console appears dormant. The console hums to life.
Swell.
The pulsing. Perhaps it will open the nearby pod. Suddenly, then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you.
And we succeed
Connection.
every roll here.
Feel a shiver runs.
I thought that damn thing.
Your
We're gonna be
mind
friends,
Dangerous
Shadowheart.
company. They'll have. Let me come with you. Shadow.
Let's get going. My name is Will. Time to go.
She's right.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
There's no time to waste.
We're gonna get some more XP.
One move ahead.
It's gone hostile. Did the machine do that?
Miss, because I suck.
I am fury. I am death.
There we go. Gonna replay the hex. You've misplaced the remote control and you're going insane. I know how that feels.
Time to strike.
Oh my gosh. Like the other day when I was messing about with the computers, I had a screwdriver, obviously, that I need to like unscrew stuff with. And like I unscrewed something, put it away, fixed something, and then like 2 seconds later I was like, where the fuck is that screwdriver? And I couldn't find it for 5 minutes. Like I just put it away, forgot where I put it, and was like, where the fuck is that screwdriver? That's it's difficult being this awesome so that your brain's like, no, we gotta give you a handicap somewhere. We gotta hamper your awesomeness. Also, awesome cover of a Britney Spears song here.
Guess for sure. Could come in handy.
Oh. Cracked my neck a little bit. Feels so good. Yeah, we got 75 XP now instead of 65 because we defeated us as well. I don't know what I've done to highlight every corpse, but apparently I've highlighted every corpse.
A perfect fit for those pod controls.
Yeah, I mean the pod controls that are already open. I'm gonna send this to Lazel. Can be the P key. Oh no, that's that. I just pressed the P key and it put up the inspiration thingy here. Makes me nervous. Alright, we don't need to do the heal thingy.
We are nearing the Who put you Cane Yank?
Cane Yank.
Do it.
Yeah, I know, I'm gonna connect the nerves. This takes so long. There's one key that highlights creatures, yeah. That I know, I just don't know which key. Let's drop this. Obviously not P. Yeah, true. You are so smart, Miss Frankenstein. You're gonna see my wife today, aren't you, Frankie? You gonna watch the Euros together? Or are you just gonna sit and drink wine? Because I know she'd be okay with just drinking wine and not watching the Euros at all. Enviably clever. You are truly enviably clever. This is true.
Wrong way. We need to get out front.
Whoa. Wrong way. I go wherever the fuck I want, man. Pew. That's decent enough. Planned on wine and Eurovision, but I misplaced the remote. You better find it, otherwise it's just wine and no Eurovision. And can you really have wine without watching Eurovision? I don't know if you can. Oh, this is my favorite song in the world with Billie Eilish. What was I made for? I made a little blanket house with pillows and the TV. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, my wife is gonna love that shit. That is beautiful, Frankie. Now I'm envious.
No time to waste.
I'll see if I can convince the people I'm watching the Eurovision tonight with to build a blanket fort as well. Ouchies. If no Euro, we'll just be two adults in a blanket fort drinking wine on the floor. You're literally describing most people's dream scenario there. Like not having to watch Eurovision and then just sitting on the floor drinking wine in a blanket fort. That sounds wonderful, honestly. I'd still want to watch the Eurovisions, but we're gonna do Guiding Bolt on Jean. Nice. 11 damage. That makes me feel good in my tummy.
Making a move.
We're gonna... wait. It's a fucking wisdom save. So we are going to... disadvantage on wisdom checks. But not wisdom saves then. Drop. Weapon dropped. Nice. Alright.
Ignore the devil. We must take the transponder.
I'm gonna grab this one. I think it's gonna be super cozy.
What lies within?
Miss? Come on. Connect the transponder? I do what I want, bro. We're gonna send this to Lae'zel immediately. And then we're gonna do a very failed attempt at magic.
Forever dauntless.
Yeah, this one has a higher chance of actually hitting. I wouldn't mind killing Shulk already. I think he's worth some XP.
Taking a look.
Yeah, you missed. $15. Can we bonk him on the head? Head bonk! Nope.
No holding back.
Darn. 2 damage. I mean, it's consistent at least. Here comes the cavalry though, so we gotta hurry up now. Dying are the best I ever had. Shard is alive. Oh, we're gonna disengage here.
Moving.
This is my time.
Saved. Balls.
Mine.
Alright. Is it fire damage from something there? Alright. I find it kinda sad. Some dying are the best I ever had. Yeah, so that keeps them at bay 1 round. Let's run up there. Smack. And bash you. 19, that's nice. 30% chance to hit. We hit him. X Gamer is playing Raid World War II. Sick.
Fleet of foot.
Come on. He's saved. Fuck. Alright, we're gonna dip. Miss. Yeah, because now they're just flying over it. And that Mind Flayer's gonna eat it. I think I've killed Jolk on like Tactician difficulty once. But it's just been like that once. Getting a sword many times. Actually killed him the once, really. Would love you. Dark One's blessing.
Open up.
Here, they're gonna mess up the Mind Flare now. Ouchies.
Or your spine is mine.
It's time
The
to
helm's
go.
going transponder.
Alright. This time we're not gonna die to a fucking trap again. Oh, that's so annoying. What love is. I want you to show me. Wanna know what love is. Yeah. Pew pew, we landed.
It hurts just to think, but you need to get your bearings. You went to Avernus as a hunter, but you've left
Maybe
it
your
to
patron can help
lads.
with the tadpole. Let's think that this time, like it's gonna make a difference.
Just a peek. Time for a chat.
You're alive. I remember the ship.
What happened to our
You
good
might want to
friend?
reconsider your more first things. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads. No, I don't recognize. We need each other.
Alright, let's get going.
Lead the way.
Lead the way. And we can level up. Finally. Farmer of Agathis. There we go. Turn Undead is such a good spell this early on as well. You should be able to command as well. There we go.
Ever onward. This better be good.
Gonna pick up the backpack and pouch and stuff as well. We're doing some extra stuff.
Finders keepers.
Man, I've made so many stupid mistakes so far with the honor runs. I gotta stop making stupid mistakes.
A river Chiota. I know those clear waters anywhere.
Start making smart mistakes.
More of those wretched things.
I'm gonna loot literally everything we can, just cause. Got a violin, bitches.
Quiet as a moonbeam.
I'm ready. Need to tread softly.
What kind of button did I push to get this to happen?
Fall down.
There we go. Both of them super dead.
Vicious filth. Best keep some distance or this will be a short fight.
Yeah. Nice. Alright.
Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
This I enjoy. I'm doing well with this fight at least. That's something.
I love surprises. Best foot forward.
Suspension of cerebrospinal fluid. Jesus. This sounds so fucked up. Let's see. Spotify sound has jammed. Thank you. I appreciate. now it is better. Yes.
Easy enough.
I'm gonna lockpick this shit. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! 13! We successfully lockpicked a shitty trunk. Well done, gang. Well done. Well done. Well done, gang. Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. I'm definitely not streaming until 6 o'clock tonight. I am going to quit way earlier than that. And maybe have another nap. Something. Nope. I don't know.
Let's chew the fat.
Hello?
Hurry.
Over here.
There, in the grass.
Kill it yourself. You look capable enough. Quickly, roll away. We had very different interactions with Astarion every time, though. That's always something.
Shit. What did you and those tentacled freaks do to me?
They snatched me up too.
Mind. You try to.
What was that?
What's going on?
The worm. And to think, I was indeed.
Glad to see Roll caught up now.
My name's Astarion. A pleasure. So, do you know anything about Turnus?
They'll turn us into mind flayers, man. Yeah.
It hasn't happened
I
yet.
need to get moving, but you can shelter out my camp.
Good luck.
Because I don't want your skinny ass in my party. I only have space for muscle mommies. Sounds ideal, yeah, right? Just taking a nap. Squee!
The boar grunts and eyes you warily with its beady
Try to lure it
eyes.
closer.
The boar shuffles its trotters.
I wanted to pet it. I want to have a pet boar. I'd call him Sir Piggy. And Sir Piggy would be short for Sir Piggleton III of Snoutsville. That's how much of a grown-up I am. Oh, come on, I can't even move it now because we both failed nature checks? Fuck me, man. Oh, that's so annoying. I went over here as well. Like, the most positive thing about having to redo this over and over and over again is that you see what different, like, all the different outcomes that can come from shitty dice rolls. I guess. Hey, what up, Jesse? Good afternoon. What happened to the two first piggies if he's third? You know what happened to them. The first piggy the first two piggies got eaten by the wolf because they built houses of straw and sticks. And Sir Piggington III, he built it out of brick. So, obviously. You know. How's life treating me? It's good. I can't complain, honestly. Like, I'm a bit tired of my body and stuff. Otherwise, it's pretty good. I'm a beautiful man with a stream. What can I complain about, you know? How are you, Jesse? I hope you're doing well. I am indeed. This is true. Such a pretty man.
Worth checking for supplies, maybe.
Dead goblins. Love the smell of dead goblins in the morning, man. Probably not, though. Bet dead goblins smell horrific.
What's this now?
Doctor's telling us children's stories. Definitely not telling you children's stories. Not with this game.
anyone?
I'll slap your hand. That isn't the most fun thing to do here, is to just slap his hand and not help him. But we want him.
Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep.
No need to
A bit shocked.
apologize.
Did I know you?
I was, yes.
can only assume you two were
Go on.
You don't happen to...
I don't want to listen to him. I'm so tired of his fucking voice.
We're most certainly going to need a healer.
Sounds like a plan. You're welcome to join. There we go. Oh my gosh, Stoney's online playing Repo. Insane. Doing better this week. It's been kind of troublesome though. Oh, that's annoying, Jesse. I hope everyone in your family is at least like healthy and doing well that way. And that the only trouble is like having sibling fights and stuff. Out with some friends, which definitely boosted my mood. That's wonderful. Being with friends is like one of the most wonderful things to do. Awesome for your mood. I'm gonna see some friends tonight and watch the Eurovision. Stony, no, totally not. I love that duck though.
Broken. Don't worry, it's safe.
Broken. Don't worry, it's safe. We're gonna go up here. You think it's dangerous?
Yellow as a toad.
The thing's dangerous. Leave it for the goblin.
And if it escapes?
Your skull.
Get rid of them.
I'm gonna get rid of them. I'm gonna lie to them. Because I'm a filthy liar, apparently. Nat 1. Let's go, baby. Critical fail. And I don't have any rerolls or anything.
I'm not leaving.
Kill them.
I get them out of here one way or another.
I remember how keen she was to leave me to die in the Nautiloid. We can't trust her.
Leave. I mean, I don't want to...
Creature to camp.
I definitely don't want to kill y'all.
Hold it still. I'll tie it up. You expect a Githyanki to surrender? Imbeciles. Prove you're not a craven. Join me or die.
This isn't my fight. I'm not gonna pick sides here. And now she's super fucking mad at me. What the fuck? Alright, so because I failed that that dice roll. What is Honor Run exactly? It's basically hardcore mode. Like it's the hardest difficulty, and if my team wipes, my save gets deleted. So I've failed this 3 times already. Let's see if we can command her. Command you to drop the weapon. The thing is, like, if you beat the game on honor mode, you get golden dice in the game. And that's kind of cool. And something I would love to have. You're not allowed to kill Nemessa. These tieflings are nice. We're gonna put her to sleep. There you go. Can we throw her? No. I'm not gonna reapply Hex either.
Finding my way.
Come on. No, oh shit, she's dead, right? Oh yeah, she's dead. Oh my gosh. Shiny dice, valid commitment. Sure is, right? Alright, fuck me. Didn't want her to die, but that's the way it is when you roll badly, I guess.
Breathe, Nymessa. Now come. We have a blast to invest. You didn't hear
A
it?
blast?
Shook out
I'm in
that
dire
pitch
need
from
of
Pedro.
healing. Let's see if I can convince you this time. 26, when it doesn't fucking matter.
Northwest.
And mind the god.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna keep pushing. I think we're gonna have a couple more. Oh, stretch. Thank you, Shadow. Oh. That's actually good. That's very needed. Thanks, friend. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Fuck. Since we had to kill Lae'zel, we should get Mr. Astar in here with us.
A wizard who managed to get stuck in.
I need you in my party.
Lead on.
Lead on. Alright. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna level him up. Yay! He just gets cunning actions, which means he can use bonus actions to hide and stuff. We're gonna leave the camp again. Things like we would get XP if we kill these people, and I know how to do it fairly quick. Like, you can shoot this one down, so it kills those two. You can walk up behind this guy and just shove him out, and he'll die from the fall. And then the only... yeah. Fuck it, we're gonna do that.
Mustn't let anyone see.
If I must.
Well, hello.
Well, hello. Alright, we're gonna walk there. I think he'll be able to shoot it down. Good evening, Pix. Good evening. It's early afternoon here, but it's evening for you. How you doing, Pix? I've seen that Nobles continued playing what's it called? Phasmophobia before. Dude is crazy playing that and not streaming it. Yeah. I don't understand how you can deal with that. Let's see, do we have any hand crossbows? No, we do not. We only have light crossbows. Alright. You played last night and you're creeped out still? Yeah. Only way I can play Phasmophobia is drunk. Otherwise I get too scared. Alright. I think we're gonna place him here because... yeah, it's repelling blast as well. So he's gonna knock this dude off the ledge there. We can actually go over here.
Can't afford to stay idle.
And we could place her here. Alright. Now you're gonna see me do something very ungentlemanly like.
Actions.
Your actions have drawn what? Ain't shit gonna happen, man. Oh shit. Ouchies. Ooh, well, wait. We can actually... we can sneak up here and stab her in the back over there.
One can't always be a gentleman.
We're gonna grab one of these potions. And then shoot that guy. And sneak attack! Stabbing! Let's see. You try to run away now. Sleep? Come on. Wow, you shoved my tiny elf man.
No holding back.
Evil. Alright, we're gonna dexterity hex him. And we're gonna shoot him over the ledge. Nice! He's not dead though. That's annoying.
Making my move. I feel death's cold grip.
Not enough action points. Alright, well, let's offhand stab her. Stab! 1 HP left, baby. Yeah, I gotta say, it's kind of annoying not having Lae'zel now. I had to kill her. Well, I didn't kill her. The tieflings killed her. I'm actually innocent in all of this. I even said I don't want to take sides. I'm not innocent here, though. I definitely have committed a murder here. Like, there's no way I can talk myself out of that one. Stab! Alright, because I'm doing non-lethal damage, because I'm a nice guy.
This way.
Hey.
Need to stay focused.
Jump. That's right, bitch. You're gonna bonk him. Bonk! No.
On the victor's path.
There we go. Nice, got some food there.
Easy enough.
Ooh, nice. Alright, we're encumbered. Sending that to Shadowheart, sending this to camp. Sending that to camp. Sending that to camp. Send to camp. There we go. I'm gonna send all this to Shadowheart. Oh shit, we got an ad incoming again. Gang. 5 minutes till the ad hits you. Where the good Lord split you. See, that's a funny joke because it's a joke about your butt. Let's grab everything we can, really. I've been watching Monkey play this game honor mode and with just one character instead of a complement of 4 characters. And he said multiple times that in the beginning you steal everything that isn't nailed down. So I'm trying to listen to that advice. I'm gonna go over here and dig a hole. 3 minutes out, gang. Survival failed. Huge damage. I don't know if it's huge damage saved. Balsam. In Swedish, balsam means conditioner. So that is kind of fun finding a conditioner out in the wild. Hahaha. Yeah, I looted Gimblebach. Let's see. and we're gonna lie to this guy.
Everything all right out there?
We're gonna deceive him. 11. And then he opens the door for me, and we're gonna surprise him and kill him.
You're dead!
I can. Nice. Smack. Love a rogue, actually. They do so much damage.
This is my time.
This is my time. Let's, Oh, come on, really? That's annoying. Stab. 1 HP left, come on. So he actually gets to do something now. No? Alright, fine. Nice. And Dorn.
Checking things out. I love surprises.
Dust
Oh my gosh.
Been a while since the last prayer was said.
Who are those prayers for? Normally the patron god is Orpheus. Not here.
Let's go. Let's grab some books. Gotta loot. Everything you can. You just loot. Nothing but a fool's game. Let's grab the cheese wheel. Light the candles here so we can see what we're stealing. Carafe of water. Let's see. Cheese wedge is food, so I think the carafe of water is something we can actually eat and or no, sorry, drink. Like it's considered a food item. Fool's game. Alright, we're gonna summon a bird. Last few times we've used a bird. Oh, last few times we've used a bird. We messed it up though. Whoa.
Let's get this over with.
Let's blast the oil barrel. Ouchies. Alright, now everyone's in the fight. There we go. Fuck. I'm gonna fly with the bird over here. And try to blind their shooter there. Nice.
Let's turn someone inside out.
I could shoot you to death. Yep, that's nice.
Quickly.
I'm gonna grab one of these health potions right quick. Probably unnecessary though, I just realized. Should have saved that potion.
Fool, damn you.
Critical miss. Fuck off.
Battle favors the fearless.
We're gonna apply Hex. We can do it there, and we can hit her. We can take her out of the fight before she gets to do anything. Nice. And then we can run over here.
Death is but a word
And we can just run.
Don't
with him.
Too close.
Alright. Well, you're not blinded anymore? Yes, you are. Oh, come on. Why you gotta throw it on my wizard? Are you gonna be... I feel like this is bullying. Like, just because he's a wizard, they think he can't take anything. I mean, they're correct, but still, not very nice. We're gonna hex you, and then we're gonna try to blast you back into the fire as well. Nice, you died, and we're running away.
Missed this. They see me.
Let's see if we can, yeah, nice. Not enough movement points. Ad is over. Welcome back, ad viewers. Hope you missed me. I missed you. Oh, come on. I'm pretty sure I had come on. Like, y'all see that as well, right? Never mind then. Just skip that. We'll blind you. Fly over first, though. Hey, Nick, what up? How you doing today, friend? Hope you're doing okay, at least.
Take two.
Would be horrible if you did less than okay. Just absolutely horrible.
Rough tempest I will raise.
We're just gonna go over here. Chillin', bit sleepy because apparently can't sleep for long. Hangover isn't that bad actually. Like I'm tired, my body's hurting a bit. My voice has been gravelly, but it's getting better. It's pretty okay. I did feel bad once I saw all the empty cans though, yesterday, and realized, oh yeah, I put away the bourbon as well. I realized how much of the bourbon I drank. Like yeah, I shouldn't be doing this good.
Sounds like fun.
Hiding successful in plain sight. Sweet. Get shot, bitch. And now we're gonna hide again. Can't be that bad. I gotta find the push emote. I'm thinking it's just to suggest all the emotes you want. Suggest to your heart's content. Good sound. Let's blind you. Sorry, I don't wanna help you. He wants to help you though. Not enough movement. Let me just jump straight on the eyes from here. Oh my gosh, saved it. Let's stabilize her. Literally just you with emote suggestions? Well, you know, someone's gonna do that job as well. And if not you, then who? Really? Oh, come on! Stop killing my boys.
Let's play.
There we go.
Defender of the people. A word, if I may.
What do you mean can't reach destination? Of course you can. Just fucking save him. Let's do a quick heal. can actually do another quick heal there.
Just a peek.
It's not like we're gonna miss out. Hurts sometime. Welcome to the Depressed DJ station, where the only thing we play is Puddle's Pity Party. Because we wanna feel sad. Hold on. I mean, my wife isn't here, so of course I'm gonna be sad. Dear little wife, why has she abandoned me? Oh, right. That's Taman. The dude I yeeted through the floor.
Just a peek.
He deserved it. Orange Blossoms Goldford. What is that? Are we gonna listen to it right now? Nah. Ooh. Nice. For those of you who don't know, Nick has exquisite taste in music, as you already are experiencing. That's what I'm trying to say. So my brain is fucked today. That's the worst part of the hangover. But I think it's mostly because I didn't sleep that much. Like I stayed up late, and when you drink alcohol, you don't sleep very well. I think it's more the lack of sleep than the alcohol itself. What was that? I know what it was. We don't need to repeat those same fucking lines over and over again. Music for every occasion. How about a bris? Do you have music for a bris? Which is the traditional circumcision of a Jewish boy. Do you have music for that occasion? I'd love to know which band you think works for that occasion. Do you have music for a baptism? Huh? One moment, dude. Swear to God.
Nobody's been here in an elf's age.
Pick up. Oh, we're gonna be encumbered from that. Oh man, I have so many books. I'm so burdened by all these books I have. Fuck's sake. Wait. We'll send that to Shadowheart. She's, I think she's the strongest here. Open. And send it to camp. There we go. And this time, we're gonna send in Astarion by his lonesome, because he is the type of dude who thrives in
A trap.
thieving circumstances.
Someone doesn't like visitors.
Alright, we're gonna run in with the rest of the team.
Heading out.
Just to see if anyone can perceive the trap that is obviously there. I know it's there. Yeah, thank you. Alright, now
Defender of the people.
you'll run out again.
And I'm off.
And Astarion will try to disarm the trap. After looting the chest here and stuff. Why am I sneaking with him though? Let's see. Nice. So, success. There we go.
Don't linger. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. An iron core. I prefer gold. I'll take it.
I prefer gold, but I'll take it. Who doesn't prefer gold?
Trap.
Nightmare by Halsey. Oh, Jesus. You. Dude.
What's in here?
Is that for the baptism or the bris? Because I think both would be pretty traumatic for a young child.
The hero at heart.
Jesus. I can't spell as per usual. Who needs spelling, you know? At least that's what students over the last decade have been trying to tell me. That spelling isn't really needed.
I wonder what was so subversive about
It's
their
not
words that it
necessary.
demanded protection.
This was a really nice song as well.
Where am I needed? One move ahead.
Spelling only matters in language classes is what I learned. I mean, also, like, if you're writing professional stuff, like if you actually want to write a letter of introduction or something, you should probably spell correctly. If you're writing your own CV, you should probably spell correctly.
Scribe of the dead. Walked right out of a legend.
Stuff like that, you know. Alright, let's
get on with it.
place people where they should be. I think you can just stay over here.
Watch your
I
back.
think you do well against this guy.
One step at a time.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
And we can place you over here.
The pride of the gate.
No, actually, you should be over here.
Magic. Forthwith. Defender of the people.
Push, push, push,
2 steps
push
at a
on
time.
you. Oh my god. I'm gonna add this to liked songs as well. That one was really nice. Push the button, activate traps. Oh fuck, I didn't loot the last skeleton, did I? So one of the skeletons has a weapon now. Necromancy! Disgusting, really. Nice.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Wait, we're gonna examine and see what type of bludgeoning vulnerability, poison immunity though. This is bludgeoning damage. Could we just... Really? Nope. We couldn't.
Outflank. Outsmart. A bright idea.
Do a goddamn thing! Love Halsey as well. Jeezy Pete, 16 damage? That is decent. That is decent. This early on. Go get some water, Nick. It's important to hydrate. Speaking of, I should probably drink some water as well, actually. Adam. Well, that's good, actually. Critical miss. Oh, I'm gonna take off my hat. It's getting itchy. Yeah, I don't want that. Why would you run up, hit me, and then run away?
This will do nicely. A tale for the ages.
There we go. Critical hit. Nice.
What fools these mortals be. Anything useful?
Oh, come on. Can I command you? No, can't target undead. Can I shoot you here? From here? No. Oh, come on. I can't do shit then?
Coming
through. Let's see. Keep blinding the undead. Nice. Critical hit, 1 damage. Still. Insane. No, we're gonna run over here. Bonk him. We couldn't bonk. No bonks were had. Jeez, 12 bludgeoning, that's nice. Come on. Again, they're throwing stones at the nerd. That's very not nice. We're gonna see if we can blind you again. Otherwise, at least we just be a target for sneak attack. That's great.
Victory is assured.
Ooh, also very nice song.
Victor's path.
Miss, come on.
2 steps at a time.
What should I do?
What you should do, you should bash the skeleton. Thank you. Sticks and stones may break my bones. And that is not fun. Yeah, definitely. Could see someone getting baptized to this as well. Gosh darn it.
They were fighting
There
to
we
protect
go.
something dear to them. I can always tell.
Let's have a look at the loot. It isn't for your pockets only.
2 steps at a time.
Let's have a look at the loot. It's not for your pockets only. Pfft. Bitch, of course it is. I'm the leader of this party. All the loot is my
A
loot.
lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
We're gonna equip this. Then we'll be able to talk to the dead.
Now,
What up, Withers?
here wilt thou answer?
Ask away.
I ask again. What is the... And thus, very well, we will see.
Alright, gang. We are 189 XP away from level 3. Next fight is the goblin attack. The first goblin attack on the grove. So that's what we're heading for. Oh fuck, I hate tinnitus.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
I shall now disappear to continue studies. Yeah, thanks so much for being here, Jesse. Good luck with your studies. And take care. Love you for being here, man.
As the lock, what was once script is now an obliterated
Examine the
scroll.
book more closely.
You have a sense these are names.
Really
a
put your
list,
nose in there, Will.
But of what?
No, we're not going to use inspiration to understand it better. Book of Dead Gods. And then Withers just walks in here.
I love surprises.
Trust me. With pleasure.
Ooh. Very nice. Like the beat.
A hero at heart. 2 steps at a time.
No, no. What am I doing? I wanted to add this song to my liked list as well. Yeah, that I can understand. I'd love a playlist with just songs like with this vibe.
What's this now?
It's like, because it's not like over the top positive, but it's like a cozy, nice feeling. Yuck. Can't get there? Of course you can. With the Lord in your heart, everything is possible. Again, like this is another bot that was banned because it's selling viewers, but the names of these bots. Amorous Lobbyist. Dude, Amorous Lobbyist? Perfect name. Why would you steal that from users, you know? So mean. Will was hit for 1 fire damage? Why? Oh, come on, you can jump, bro. Jesus in heaven.
I hear shouting up ahead.
I bet you do.
We should check it out, but be careful.
Nightmare by Halson. No, that's... What the fuck, saved bot? I don't know if I'm gonna keep using the save bot. It makes some weird stuff. Right, we don't really have a lot of physical fighters this time around, so just walking up here could actually be the play. Open the gate, you stubborn bastard! You stubborn bastard!
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second! What's going on? Goblins are on our tail!
Now we might not
Open
skip
the
stuff
gate,
because
Zevlor, now!
we haven't made
Druid
it this far
goblins here!
many times.
Where is the druid?
Sadly.
Please! There's no time!
Ref.
The nine hells! Open the gate!
Open the gate! Pew pew pew. Aw, he got hit.
Shit! Form a line!
Pew pew. That's right. That's one death immediately. Love it when goblins die. Cunning action hide. Yeah, nice. Let's go. Oh my gosh. And now we're rallied. Sweet. So all of these characters are now Formula 1 cars? Get it? Because they're rallied? I know Formula 1 isn't a rally, per se. There's a difference. Somehow. Embarrassing, yeah? I can't disagree, sadly. Not enough movement. He's flying. How much movement do you need to fly? Blinded, bitch. Oh, Barth is gonna die. Yeah, that dude's so dead. Ooh. I don't care about those, though. During this year's Monaco rally, a kid drifted the Monaco hairpin, got penalized 5 minutes and fined a fuck ton, but it was worth it. Absolute Giga Chat energy. Drifted the Monaco hairpin. See, I understand those words individually, but like, drifted, yes. Monaco, absolutely. Hairpin, yeah, I know what that is. Together, no. How's Baldur's Gate going? What up? What up, Jibs? What up, Jibs? Baldur's Gate is going okay. I've died 3 times so far in honor mode. Last time was before today. I died to a fucking fire trap that I knew was there, and I triggered it, and I just brain didn't brain the way it should have been, and it just fucking died. So no, I deserved it, I feel. We're going to get a chromatic orb. Get away. I mean, chromatic orb, thunder orb should be best, right? Was it? The fuck? Wait. Hurl a sphere? Oh shit, yeah, because it's different. Oh my god, I was so stupid. I'm so stupid. I wasted a spell slot on nothing. Great. Great. I thought it was the one where I summon an orb, but I just didn't. Oh my gosh. That's right, Holy Diver. You're the star of the masquerade. You don't need to look so afraid. Yeah, she falls. Fuck. Phew. There we go. Astarion is goated.
Let's have a little fun.
Which he actually hid in plain sight as well. Dope. What a legend. Put it in Discord under funny stuff. Nice. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, Nick. It's really good stuff. How are you doing, Jibs? Sorry for not asking. Or maybe I asked. Fuck, my brain isn't working. How you doing, Jibs? Did y'all do some key runs yesterday? I know Nobles just got stuck with Phasmophobia. We're gonna... What do you mean not enough movement? I'm a bird! Fly! We're gonna blind Zakrug. That's right. What up, Panda? Until when am I streaming? I don't know. Maybe an hour more. Maybe 2. Who knows? I'm going off of vibes only today. Pew. Maybe another 9. Nope. Definitely not another 9 hours. Fucking no. Alright, that's a super dead thing. Let's curse the bugbear. Alright, let's see if we can... Nice. Oh, come on, I can't even hit him from here. Fucking hell, man. Grease? That's always something.
Can't afford to let up.
We're gonna ignite the grease. There you go. Now y'all burning. I'm not gonna stream for another 9 hours, no. I'm not gonna do another 12-hour shift today. That's just not happening, man.
Over here.
Please don't fall prone. Oh, come on. Fall. It's 12 hours more. Sorry for the mistake. Yeah. No, no, not 12 more hours. No, no. No. What might be 1 hour might be 2, might be... I might quit now. It might be now if y'all keep messing with me. I might quit now. Just quit streaming forever. Who knows? Who knows, man? Let's fight Zakrug again. There you go, you're blinded. You killed my bird. My bird. Where you killed bird? Nice. Well done, Ramira. I never agreed to any of this. He's got the dexterity hex, so if we shoot him, he might die. Nope. You didn't. Jump! Yay!
No time to waste. Swords meet sorcery.
Pew pew! There we go. Nice. Just be like GTA RP streamers and do 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. Jesus, no. Why would you do that to yourself, man?
Heading there.
That was just too much. That's too much, man. Can't be doing that shit. I actually think I want to heal Aradin because he's a good meat shield to have there. They don't know what having a work-life balance means. Fair. Fair enough. I just want to get rid of this. What? What? What was that? What kind of bullshit was that, man? Alright, we're just gonna shoot him then. No.
Let's move.
Ah, fuck me. That normally happens due to streamers having signed a contract with an agency and are forced to stream an insane amount of hours per month. Really? What? Yeah, why would you sign a contract like that? 300 hours a month? That would be messed up. Depending on the pay. Depending on the pay. Like if my job was 12 to 16 hours of gaming a day, 6 days a week, and I'd get like $50,000 a month for it, I might be. I might be convinced. They're super small or want to start out and want to make sure you make it and get promoted. There we go.
Unleash me.
Ignis.
Focus. Got to press on.
Miss? Fuck's sake. Alright. One more try here. Don't fall. There we go. What do you mean must have advantage? Target outside normal range.
On my way.
Better? Right, now I don't have high ground. Fuck everything. Just shoot him normally. I think most GTA RP streamers just get addicted and can't stop. That I can imagine. That I can imagine. Because, like, if something is fun and... Like, if you... Like, with streaming overall... Like, I'm not even an RP streamer. I just stream variety games and sit here and talk shit. And it is addicting. And I can imagine if you have a whole story going and everything, that's even more addicting at that point. Come on, pew pew. Let's kill the gobbo. Do I have a higher chance of hitting him than me? No, but Astarion will get advantage, which means we can do a sneak attack. To be fair, that goes for people that play and don't stream as well. Everyone just puts in crazy hours. That's true. It's very true. Like, I don't think I'm playing... I actually think I'm playing less games since I started streaming. I played more before. Also, he's just hidden in plain sight there. Like, dude can see me.
That was the last of them. Inside! All of you! More may follow!
Oh my god.
Open the gate!
Good and dead. The Sword Coast is better. We're gonna loot these dudes, and then I'm gonna run an ad and do a little breaky break. I'm gonna do a break dance. No, I'm not gonna break dance. Baby You're Worth It by Kina. Or is it like pronounced like the Swedish Kina? Man, why can't I loot Barth? He's right there. Nobody's taking his corpse or anything. Right? Kina? Has to be. Emerald Grove. We should level up as well. Alright, I'm gonna go have a little break. I'm gonna run an ad. And then when we get back, we are going to probably level up. So run ad, 3 minutes. Where the fuck are the emeralds? What do you mean? Alright, I'm not gonna mess with this. See you soon. Bye.
More goblins. What's next?
Feel like we're being watched. Never ends.
More goblins. What's next?
Feel like we're being watched. One crisis after another.
More goblins. What's next?
One crisis after another.
More goblins. What's next?
Feel like we're being watched.
goblins. What's next?
Feel like we're being watched.
More goblins. What's next?
One crisis after another.
More goblins.
Feel
What's
like
next?
we're being watched.
One crisis after another.
More goblins. What's next?
Never ends. Feel like we're being watched.
More goblins. What's next?
Hey gang, I'm back. What you been doing? What you been doing? Smoke break's over, yo. I went to the bathroom as well. I didn't just smoke. my gosh. Let's go. One of us got the level up? Come on.
We was running. You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
Don't pick another fight, guys.
Shut it up. Oh, God forbid you risk. Foul bloods ain't known for courage.
Foul bloods, dude.
You see the tiefling's jaw
Racism isn't that sexy
is
anymore,
about
man.
to erupt.
Ah, fuck. Been thinking about re-queuing songs since you left. Is what I've done. Gotcha. You could definitely re-queue songs. Nice, 25. Good inspiration use.
You're right. There's too much at stake.
Worried about your precious hides. The both of you.
For what?
Enough! Squabbling is pointless. The goblins have found us.
At least we agree on that.
I'm gonna queue one up again because you will instantly put it in your lights. You think so?
If even.
Let's level up first. Asking for your financial support. Dude, do you think so? Financially support me then, bitches. Give me all your money. Give me all your money. All of it. Pact of the Chain. That's what we want. No, I'm okay with these. Or am I? Let's get rid of that one. And let's put in... Shadow Blade? Ooh. When you use a sword to attack a target that is dim light or darkness, you make attack roll with advantage. That's kind of cool, though. Now we're gonna do hold person. That's pretty useful. I am asking. You want my financial support, Panda? Fuck. All right. How much do you want, and when? What can I do for you, man? I spent all my money at the liquor store earlier. How much liquor did you buy, Nick? It just doesn't want to work. Ah, there we go. And I think there are so many creep covers that the bot was just like, wait, which one? Which one did you want me to play again? Fuck, man. Flaming Sphere, that's the one I wanted before. That's one I thought I did. Let's get rid of Chromatic Orb, Witch Bolt, and let's get these bad boys in there. In 2 years' time, something, if I graduate on time. Bet, Panda. When you graduate, we'll get you something. The whole chat will get you something. Most of it was 2 bottles. Did you, oh my god, we can be a swashbuckler? Pirate! No, we're gonna do thief, because we're gonna cheese this shit. Did you buy expensive whiskey? Nick, is that what? Expensive whiskey, I choose you! Let's prepare some spells here. Those 2 can get fucked. Prayer of Healing. That one is so good, though. Humanoids can't be charmed, frightened, or become enraged. Ooh. We want more summons. Blindness. Silence. Protection from poison. I don't know. Gain resistance to all damage and +1 bonus to armor class. Each time the ally takes damage, you take the same amount of damage. Until long rest. It's pretty good though. Whiskey is supreme. This is true, Miss Frankie Frank. It's very true. Very expensive ball. You bought Fireball, dude. Dude, you spent a lot of money on Fireball, of all things. Oh man, I lost some respect for you just now. Oh, the Sphinx bottle was a little thing called yuzu. Ooh. Not that expensive seeing as I really buy alcohols a lot. Yeah, I gotcha. Alright, fine. Fine. No, yuzu is Greek, I think? No, I'm thinking of Uzo.
Lovely day this. For now.
The enemy is surprised.
Onward.
And you should be. I'm fucking surprised.
It's macabre.
And let's do a sneak attack. Smack. I fucking miss, dude.
Blade will not bend.
Alright, so yuzu is the Japanese drink. Fuck. I never understand anything.
Coming through.
Alright, we're gonna try to yeet him off the ledge here. No, you miss? How, bro?
They will know what bit them.
You're gonna hide again. This song is really nice, yeah. Let's do this. Told you, yeah.
On the move.
How gratifying is it that I'm adding songs to my liked songs list? Don't forget Shart. Irony when she's the only one hitting her fucking spells, man. Oh, Jesus! That hurts. What if I shoot you from here? Nice! Critical hit as well. Fucking sweet, bro. That was fucking sweet, bro. There we go.
Sharp as ever.
Awesome stuff. We're gonna loot that bugbear. And then we're gonna talk to her.
You have good timing.
You like Yuzu or
Never
the
been
song?
much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics, are you? Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul
I
coin.
did not. You lost me.
You almost care to explain why you reek of the hells?
Yeah, Mind Flayer abducted me. Look, I've had the shittiest fucking day. That's why I smell of the hells. Both. Both was in response to you asking how it feels to see ad songs. Yeah.
Well, that's quite the story. And I thought
I need to get better at like remembering what I just said.
A soul coin.
Best foot forward.
Best foot forward? What about worst foot forward instead? What do we say to that? We talked about it before. I firmly believe I have the best taste in music in the world, but hearing someone else say I have great taste in music is orgasm. See, that makes me feel weird.
Sure, why not?
Is that like part of your kink praise? Is that what you're saying? Oh shit, I have too much stuff on me. Oh, come on. I'm a widow. Oh, come on, Shadowheart, really? You're over encumbered now? What if we drop this then? And send some stuff to Gale? Kuwait. We send this to Astarion then. There we go. Now no one's over encumbered.
Pride of the gate.
Special.
We need to leave.
Part of it's probably because this is the one compliment you agree on. Fair. That is unrelated. Haley Reinhardt, yeah, her voice is amazing, man. This woman can sing, yo.
Let's chew the fat.
We're saving, and now we're gonna sell shit.
Well met.
Yeah,
And
Aaron.
thank you. Is there anything you need?
I need to know a bit about the ritual.
Drastic measure. We druids will be safe. As for those that
but they'll
there just
die.
aren't enough supplies to support.
That is
I'm
very
afraid our
mean.
goblin arrow
What do you mean
netting
not enough
could put you to
supplies?
rights. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
You're literally gonna sell shit to me now. And there's like, oh wait, let's see here. Let's not deal with that, I guess. Let's just sell a bunch of these things as well. Like I don't think I need that many knives. Fuck me, all of this can go as well. There's a bunch of shit. Normal bottle. Cup, pants. Skull. Hey kid, you wanna buy a skull? Fucking freaky. I'm a creep, not a freak. Sorry, gang. But maybe she is a freak. Who knows? Has anyone asked her? And let's go with that as well. Oh, come on. Fucking do what I ask you to. There we go. Balance this offer. Alright, you're a freak, not a creep? Fair. Fair. Oh my gosh. What are we gonna buy? He's gonna owe us 10. That's better, right? Sweet shit, man.
Sylvanus, guide your path.
Yeah, Sylvanus guide my path, indeed. We're gonna send this to Gale. Gonna open up this. Add to wares. We can send that to Astarion for right now. Such a beautiful voice. Add to wares.
Direct me.
Whoa, what happened there? Yeah, go watch your Formula One. I'm actually gonna add this song as well. So good. think I'm gonna end the stream fairly soonish as well. I'm getting hungry, and I actually want to eat something proper today. Send to camp, motherfucker.
What a day.
Equip. Send that to Will. Can send that to Will as well. And that one.
What's next?
Beautiful, beautiful voice. Dang. Send that to Will as well. I'm gonna open this. Send it to camp. Really love that we have the Everburn blade. It's beautiful.
Defender of the people.
It's wonderful to know that we stole that from a demon.
To the first.
Or a Cambion, technically.
Hells, we can't just leave.
I'll not gamble on. Can we all just take...
What's the point in blade? These people aren't fighting.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
You should all stay. Helping people is important. And these people clearly fucking need help. And you're the same fucking species and shit. You've gone through
Thank
shit
you.
together.
It's the right.
She's right, Roland.
Thank you, Roland.
Thank you, Roland. Excuse me, I convinced him.
Heading out.
Should say thank you, Will. This is actually a really, really good cover. Or sorry, really, really good song.
If
General.
you ain't the fearless goblin slayer, you sure you want to be seen with me?
Oh my gosh, you got the TV up and running. Did you find the remote control again?
Thanks.
Or did you,
Now please do.
did you
fuck
hotwire
off.
it? Feck off
Yeah,
yourself, I saved your
you
skin.
Really saved the day. Now I'm gonna take the blame for leading the goblins here. And losing track of the bloody druid.
Who's the druid you lost track of?
We've got a contract. Didn't work out though. Goblins got him.
The Eurovision blanket fort is a
He's taking
go-go!
the trains aboard
Nice.
the cookpot by now.
Nice,
Job's all
Frankenstein.
yours.
I'm happy
If
for
you
you.
got death wish. But gold ain't any use if you're too cold to spend it. It's called the... I'd give you them. All I've got's the contract.
Yeah, thanks. I'll take the contract. And you can eat a bag of shit, mister. I didn't find the remote, but the channel is preset on channel 1. Nice.
Thanks for fighting off those goblins. My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Eltera.
Let's see. We're gonna sell that shit. Is there anything here that we would like to have? Normal padded armor? Nah. Hunting short bow? No. It's all good, I think. Balance offer. Barter. I just paid for that. It's all good. As long as they air it on here, we're good. But they always air it on channel 1, don't they? It's like they never air it anywhere else. Or is it on channel 4?
If it isn't the
Auntie
top.
Ethel.
Thank goodness there isn't a bit of colour in those cheap. Auntie Ethel will sort
Lotions
you
and
out.
potions galore.
Lotions and potions galore.
There's no need, I'm fine.
I must say though,
Mighty
all
peaky.
right.
I'm fine.
Oh,
Just
stop.
bone weary.
I'm tempted to smack them all on the backside and tell them to... Not that they'd listen to little old me. Anyway.
I hate
do
Auntie
you need
Ethel.
anything?
I hate her. She's so weird and so scary. You could always download a universal remote app on your phone. Wait, that's a thing? Universal remote app? Sounds awesome. I don't want to buy anything from
Take
you,
care
Ethel.
now, sweetie.
Listen to Stony. He knows his shit.
You're an idiot.
The TV's too old. Never mind. Don't listen to
You.
Stony. He doesn't know
So
shit.
you
fighting those slimy bastards.
Those slimy
Fancy a
bastards.
bowl? Best to fill your belly now, while we still
I'll
can.
take a bowl.
Look.
That's very nice of
Only
you.
will make it to Baldur's Gate. If a gnoll catches your scent, you'll...
Very nice of her to offer me food. Cause like, she and her friends don't have anything.
How long do
The
you think
little
we've
box
got
might
before
not
the
be.
goblins come?
Maybe.
Goblins, druids. This. Grab what you can and get out.
That's my advice. Nah. We're gonna stop them from killing this goblin.
You ain't gonna shoot me.
Put it down.
That's the point.
She didn't kill your brother, Archer.
Shoot before you lose your nerve,
Yeah.
Tiefling. If you ever...
You can't kill like unarmed prisoners like this. It's against the Geneva Convention. Alright?
Move!
Shoot me should be easy, right? Won't avenge canon, won't change anything.
You're right. Damn. Why do you care if a goblin lives or dies?
Goblin prisoner. No, because vengeance eats people alive. Yeah, Gale wants to talk. I wonder what he wants to talk about.
Believe it or not, but I witnessed, of course, an establishment like that invites all sorts of outlanders.
What's the yawning
in
portal?
Waterdeep. Oh, never a dull moment there. Adventurers come from all over Faerun to try their luck down. Leads into the Undermountain, you see, full of death, danger, vast amounts of treasure.
Oh,
Hard
that
to
sounds
resist.
fun. What's the stand-up about?
A drow, a dragonborn, and a cleric of Cyric walk into a bar. Your standard fare.
So stupid.
Maybe someone was cheating at cards. Maybe it was some... In any case, out came the crossbow, and a hush fell over the entire room.
Please tell me a
No,
shot was fired.
Yours truly I stood up and yelled, "Shadow Dark Ale for everyone." The crowd cheered.
Tension
Tension
drained.
drained into
Yeah.
6 tankards. In a place like the Yawning Portal, the most powerful magic, mind you, all I did was call for ale, but you went and drink to that.
That's nice.
Last one of ya.
Let's talk to Zaza.
It's too late. They're gonna burn this pretty place for the glory of the Absolute. And goddess, we're burning her name across
Who's
the
the
face of the world,
Absolute
we are.
here?
The Absolute is gold from the sky, she is.
Have any holy literature on
I
you?
can tell you everything there is to know. Got a whole lab set up. Cooks up potions that fix our lads. No matter how much of a beat, could probably stick your head back on if someone was to chop it off.
I'm not saying we should trust a goblin, but she sounds very useful.
I'd certainly like to meet her.
And I'll tell you where to find her. Deal?
No. I'll find the priestess myself.
Even if you did, you need me. Get me out of here, and I'll tell them what a good friend you
Nah, I'm just gonna leave. Fuck you, goblin. I ain't making deals with you.
Any questions, children?
Let's see.
Step, parry, strike, damn it! Nothing but.
Interesting
Need to be ready for a fight.
technique. Let's see here. Demonstrate a swing, show him the fluidity. Oh, shit, I'm bad at athletics too. That didn't work, gang. I messed up.
Alright, so like this. I think you made it work.
Keep the advice to yourself next time.
Swing.
Someone there?
Can you talk to him now? No, that's it.
Defender.
We fucked up the interaction, so.
Sure, one.
Swords up, children. It's the Blade of Frontiers.
It's the Blade of Frontiers.
Talking about you.
Bye, Frankenstein.
They
Thanks for
hope
staying
you're
so
gonna come
long.
with us.
Love you so
Join
much.
their
Have fun
spirits,
tonight.
Maybe spare them a story or two.
Hope you had a cozy time in the cozy fort. I frame the feathers of an owlbear with a single roar.
Hear that, children? An owl bear.
I've bested a red dragon in battle and crafted a club from its tooth. A restless swamp croc, naked.
Thank you. I
prefer when they smile. Me too, man. What up, Torin?
This place is a bloody death trap, not a saint.
Oh, jeez.
That's curious.
Let's go.
Ox. It can't keep its eyes off me.
Alright, now we are going to open this. We're gonna take all. And then we are going to make this our grenade bag. There we go. Try to discern why. Oh my gosh. Yeah, alright, we know you're not what you think you are.
Something's off.
Moo!
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible.
Something
or
happened?
boring.
Turn
You see
around.
nothing out of the ordinary. When you turn back, there's no trace of the child.
Oh. Some HRI peeps are live. Maybe you raid one of them later. I'm just gonna loot some shit. It's a free-for-all, seems like. Nine to 12 plus, that is insane.
Quick step.
Look, don't take your eyes off my
Ammo
hands.
needed. Time for a chat.
I'm gonna talk to Sylphie first.
I don't have any money or anything to sell. My
So what's your side of the business?
The guard?
Matisse.
Hold out your hand. Go on. Take this ring. It's lucky.
That was a fancy
You
trick.
haven't seen any. Go on. Take the ring and watch your fortune change.
Take the ring.
Call it. Heads or tails.
Heads.
See? I've got more where that came from. Real cheap.
There's no magic ring
Hey, not so
rings or
loud.
gibberish.
You caught me. I wish I had better things to sell than trinkets, but it's all I have.
Alright, take your ring.
Thank you. That's what I got.
A failed perception. Ah, shit. They stole from me. I'll just take your money, man.
Nothing caught your eye, huh?
You realize your bag feels light. You were just robbed.
You were just robbed. Happens, gang.
Hey, you're back. Here to buy some stuff? Me? No. You know who you should talk to? Mom. Her office is through the crack in the wall over there, if you can fit.
I'm just gonna leave. I'm not gonna mess about with the kid. He's trying to make a living. Sure, it's dishonest living, but he's trying.
Please, let my...
She's a...
Rawr! I'm a bear.
We need to get our...
You heard the guards.
I'd sooner trek through the 9 hells
Where are the druids holding your daughter?
Oh.
Now Arabella's being...
Breaking into druid chambers to steal the sacred ring.
Thank you.
They're overreacting. I'll talk
Hurry.
to them. Don't you worry.
Come,
Roar.
you get back.
I'm not looking for trouble.
No.
Can you just
A
let me
moment.
by?
What? You?
Kaga wants to see me. Of course she does. I am an important man. With important plans. Oh, little piggy. Such a cutie.
She stole the idol of Sylvanus. She must pay the price. We will imprison the thief under guard of my...
Please.
This is
madness, Korga.
A what, Wrath?
A thief? A poison? A threat?
I will imprison the devil. And
What's
I
this
will
girl's
go.
actual crime?
She eats our food, drinks our water, then Wrath, lock her up. And keep still, devil.
Come, Korga. We took...
Do it.
Shit, I'm gonna try persuasion. Because that's my highest skill here. Fuck. Alright, I've never failed this roll before either, so...
The snake's hiss of approval reveals its intentions. Should the child struggle, it is poised to strike.
The snake is prepared to kill this child.
Child, take to the others word of my grace. Sif, Tila, to me.
Oh, interesting. So even if I failed at persuasion, I could just tell her, like, hey, you probably shouldn't murder a child.
Halsin isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Dude, you're threatening your own family here. This is... Something's fucked.
I hate wolves.
You hate wolves?
I know that look. It's just
Something I have to live with. How badly does it hurt?
Quite a lot. if I'm
Alright,
being
turn to other
honest.
matters.
But it always passes quickly, so...
Leave. I don't care about you, Shadowheart.
Tiring business. Why don't we take a little break? Hmm? Allow ourselves. We've been on ever since.
And you are going to tell me that you need to eat magic items, aren't you?
I've grown to trust you.
That's very
The
gratifying
reason- you
to
see,
hear.
I have this.
What kind of
What
condition?
it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hand. Oh,
what kind of
stop.
atoms? Anything that's
is why I turn to
magical.
you. I need you.
I'd be happy to help. I am
Show you
nothing
what
if not
adds to our
helpful.
pack. I hope I can count on.
Let's see. Alright, we're gonna talk to Wrath here. This
You did
time we
well to
didn't
speak up
have
for
to
the girl.
fight them.
That snake is fickle.
Kaga seems dangerous, man.
Well spotted. We've let a snake replace our leader.
She seems happy to rule the roost. Who's your real
Master
leader?
Halsin. Perhaps Goblin caught, perhaps dead. He'd set Mistress Korga back in line. Hold her to task.
Stop
More
this
will
damn
die
ritual,
if
yeah.
the rite is finished. So many more. Sent into a world gone mad.
If no one's looking for Halsin, I could do
Would
it.
you? I would give anything to see Halsin return home.
No need to fret,
Sylvanus'
I'll find
blessing upon
him.
you, and
I
my gratitude
am a
as
hero.
well.
A folk hero, even.
Halsin is an elf with the presence of a bear.
He left
You won't
west.
mistake the first druid for anyone.
Nice. Alright. I'm not gonna talk to Kaga, she's an asshole. We're gonna talk to Nettie. No. But it's what I'll do.
I see you. Just give me a moment.
We're gonna wait patiently. It's the only way to do this. Looking for Nettie.
You found her.
Yeah, I know.
But I still don't know what she can do for you.
Do you know anything about mind flayers? I have a tadpole in my hand. Truth, honesty, best bet, always. I'll do what I can. Follow me.
We need to be quick. This way.
She's going to test our own morality and resolve here. And if we don't behave, she's going to try to kill us. Because we are a danger. Becoming a mind flayer is
something
not
in
the
that
coolest
vessel.
thing in the world.
Take a closer look.
This one had this
Actually
tadpole crawled out of
dangerous.
his head soon after.
We have the
Seems so.
same kind of parasite.
It's why he joined the adventurers on their expedition.
Find out
Maybe
what was
you got me
happening.
instead of him. You don't have to be.
No, I'll stay.
I don't know exactly what you're
Alright.
up to. Gotcha.
Let's see what we can do.
I'll take anything that can help.
Now,
Any symptoms
me
strange.
what's
I
been
can
happening.
merge my mind with
And if
anyone
the
else that's
victims
infected.
can identify each other. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halsin was desperate
I
to
was
find
kidnapped
a
and
line
infected.
flares. Look, you've been straight with me.
See?
So I'll be straight with you.
Honesty begets
You're
honesty.
dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead. But you seem like a good soul. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me.
I swear.
I hope it doesn't come to that. You know, Master Halsin and I were... Because you should all be changing. There should be a small army
Weird
of
person
mind
seems
flayers out
perfectly
there.
normal.
But you're not. For one, that thing in your head is like nothing. It's one of
It's a
their
unique
worms
mind
for
flayer
sure. Not yet,
parasite.
anyhow.
That's
Could be.
good news.
But there's a lot we... When Master Halsin heard the adventurers were heading... Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back.
What do you need
The thing is,
me to
I've
do?
sent birds to... You, though. If you can find Halsin and get him out of...
I'll find
Thank
Halsin.
you. I wish
Yep.
I could... All I can... Good luck out there.
I do not mind trying to find Halsin.
Come on.
I'm going there anyway, you know. Ooh. Hello. What kind of music is this? Adding it immediately. Nice. Nice.
Find our master. Return to me then.
We're gonna talk to Volo right quick.
I do wish I could understand you.
Let's get this done.
You would... A few questions, if you please. There's no...
Ask your
Search
questions.
your mind. Successful.
Common variety
A
goblins.
scholar after my own heart. Spent much time among goblins?
I'm not unfamiliar with their kind.
I myself... No. And the dragon they
There
had...
wasn't any dragon.
Last question. Then you'll be quite...
They called out
They
the
did,
absolute like a
didn't
war
they? I've
cry.
interrogated
They
one.
did.
The scandal.
Hold
Never
your
you
tongue.
mind. I'm on my way to their camp.
Be careful.
Never you
They're
mind.
not known for their
Until
mercy. Alright. You do you, man. I'm gonna talk to Arabella and her parents again. I'm thinking that we are going to find the goblins nearby as well.
Scare me
And
like
we're gonna
this
talk
again.
to Zevlor.
Feed you to a knoll.
And then we're gonna quit.
I'm fine.
Our little Hellion told us what happened.
I
Thank
hope
you.
we'll meet again under better
Thank you.
circumstances. Very nice. We get a thing, Dancing Lights cantrip. And 20 XP, see? If you behave well and act nicely, stuff is gonna go your way. Oh my gosh, Nobles is playing Enshrouded.
Checking things out.
Bro. We're gonna walk over here and try to find Zevlor. Because he's not still standing there, no, yeah.
What's this now?
Hope the goblins aren't smart enough to poison their blades.
Wow, wow, wow. This is a really nice song. I love this big band feel. Oh my gosh, actually,
what happened?
an artist
Thank you.
I fucking love that has a lot of big band feel, but with more modern
Goblins we fear.
take.
Risk violence here, or face it for certain on the road.
Is
Quite
fucking
the choice, isn't
Psy.
it?
This is Psy. Let's go. Here we go. I love him. What can I say? Even the growing is the best option. I can help.
It's good of you to offer.
A whole army of goblins out there.
Somebody must be leading them. It's no small thing to ask.
You're equal to the task.
I've seen.
I'll see what I can do.
Everyone
I'll
in
kill
this
him.
camp we'll be ready to lead.
Commander. We're civilians now, remember? Shit, we should probably summon our Quasit and stuff as well. Let's see.
Excellent choice.
Sharp as ever.
Let's go. And we're gonna run out. I'm gonna run around. What up, baby? I'll batcha. Where are you? There you are. Jesus, you're slow, gang. Gonna run over there. Just look at how pretty this game is. Like, just the environment here. The stones, the cliffs, everything. Even the blood. Such well-designed game. I'm so happy I can play it again and stream it. Such a wonderful experience. I just don't want to die a fourth time now, because this time it's going fairly well.
Squat, bow-legged. Goblins, I'd say.
I'm not gonna rest before we go in here. Maybe I should, but no, we can do this instead. There we go. That's better.
Eyes open, mouth shut. Careful.
Glowing eyes. I know a tramp when I see.
Alright, we're gonna divide up.
I need to concentrate.
We're gonna
What if we hear?
fix this.
Such an undignified position to find oneself in.
We're gonna go over here with you as well. You are a close quarters fighter, kinda. Or you're the only tank we have.
This was more fun when he was screaming.
Invisibility. There we go. We'll walk over here with you, because you're fucking invisible. They won't see you. We'll go here.
Keeping quiet.
Minthara's gonna skin us. No one knows about this.
We're gonna blast this fucker. Wow, really? And I'm still hiding?
Silence is gold.
Dope. Alright. That is actually fucking amazing. This is not Knucklebudge. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can, yeah. Nice, nice, nice.
Cloak and dagger. My favorite.
Let's walk you over there. Hiding failed.
Need to keep focused.
We're gonna bash you on the head. Did not work very well at all, actually. If we can get him to die, that'd be great. We couldn't. Alright, Dexterity Hex. They are surprised, which is very, very nice.
Let's find some
Okay, didn't hide. Fuck it, whatever. Gonna walk over here.
Can't give up.
You can definitely summon a spiritual weapon here as well. We're gonna do a long rest after this anyway, so. Miss! Fuck's sake. I'm gonna blind you. Sweet.
Battle favors the fearless.
And we are going to pew pew you. There we go. Guardian statue. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste a sneak attack on a 1 HP thing. Oh, come on, really? Let's try to hide as well then. Nice.
I don't fancy their chances.
Yes.
Pew.
Rook to Queen 6.
Got one enemy left. But he refuses to get hit. What the fuck? And now she's frightened. Great.
Forever dauntless.
You're blinded still. You know what? We're going to curse you. And we are going to blast you. There we go. Not enough movement? Come on, dude. Really? Fly! Nope. Wait, never mind about PSY. This is annoying. That's better. There we go. Alright. You're gonna cast Healing Word on him. Now we're gonna talk to him.
Let's chew the fat.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I thought I was gonna die down here.
How did those goblins slip in the grove?
It's my fault. I thought I'd given them the slip, but I must tell the others what happened. I stepped careful. There were traps.
No problem, dude. We got some nice experience from this. We're gonna loot this place.
This better be good.
See, this is also a thing with this game where, like, I've been meaning to quit now for half an hour, and You just keep finding stuff like, oh, I'm just gonna loot this, I'm just gonna go over here, I'm just gonna do this. Let's disarm that shit. Like anything but a 1 and I succeed. There we go. Lockpick. 30. Jesus. He is made for stealing stuff, this dude. Let's send that to Gale.
Charmed, I'm sure.
And Gale will equip it as well.
Blade at the ready. This better be good.
Don't think I need to go in there because it's just a back door to the library that Nettie has access to and that we were in. Like if you kill her, or if you kill Findal here, you get a circlet. That's the key to open that door, and then you can loot it. But we're trying to do a good playthrough, so kind of don't want to do that.
The pride of the gate.
Fuck me. Can I jump over there though? Yeah, I can. Sweet.
What's that?
You're very angry about this. What do you mean can't reach this? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. No, come on, really?
What am I to do?
Take your...
Defender of the people.
Jump back, dude. Jump back. Fuck's sake.
Let's see.
It's a guardian statue. That's great. Alright, so the rune of the bear. Wonder if the thing can fly down here and activate it. No. No, Jesus. Nope, you couldn't. I don't know how to do that then.
When am I needed?
We're just not gonna.
Best foot forward. What have we here?
Might have been a mistake to play a lot of this. Let's do some of my favorite artists instead. There we go, much better. Alright, we're gonna do a long rest here. I definitely want to end the day. For the first time we're doing well here as well.
It's quite as the stars, I mean.
I could take or leave your chin.
Leave your chin. I am. Reflecting on what tomorrow will he know how to bring the worm under control? Will this little adventure of ours be over?
We can still travel together.
You're quite the ally after all.
Traversing Christ, everything that's followed.
I'm not easily impressed by people, but
Ooh.
you're stronger than I gave you credit for.
I'm just trying to survive like you. I have many talents if you want to explore them. I'm just trying to survive.
Yes. We're more similar than I thought.
You can stop staring.
Was I? I just need to get... I'll see you later.
Alright, and I'm thinking he wants my body, but really what he wants is my blood. Because he's a vampire and he's hungry.
We meet again.
Hey, Seven! I died yet again. But right now, honor mode is going good. It's actually going pretty well.
There are many answers.
I didn't get Kaga to fight me this time. I got her to leave Arabella alone. And I didn't die to a fiery trap this time. Hey, good morning, Miss Artie. No, not another 12-hour stream. I'm actually gonna quit pretty soon.
The sooner we find the druid house in, the better.
So you're catching me on the
Can't wait to
tail
get
end
rid of
here.
this thing in my head.
How are you
The same,
feeling?
But suppose I turn. What would
Maybe
you
I could
do?
leave you tied up while I hunted for a cure.
Really?
Sure.
I'd just kill you.
Did you just kill me? Whoa, jeez.
Anyway, get some rest.
But yeah, this time around it's
Try not
going
to dream about
fairly well,
tying me
except the fact that we had to kill Lae'zel. I fucked up the persuasion check, so I didn't get the tieflings to leave. And then they shoot her down, and she immediately starts a fight, and she's like, yeah, you gotta choose, them or me. And it's just like, hey, I don't want to choose a side. And I tried to only use non-lethal damage, but the tieflings had other
It is a fitful night, haunted by
Other
the
plans.
memories of your father, Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard.
Grand Duke Ulder
and his
Ravengard.
diplomatic mission to Elturel. Memories of the diabolical bargain you made. Memories of your
Yeah.
father casting you his
And here's
Poor little
Mizora.
Pupster. A free trip on a mind flare machine, and all you've got is a brain bug.
This is only
to
the
show
second time I
for
ever
it.
see this interaction as well. Well, you know, I was just thinking about
You
you.
missed me. How sweet.
Whoa!
The best bloodhounds are always the
I think
most
she died in my first 2 stream runs. Yeah.
sweet spot you found for yourself.
Man, Lae'zel is tough to deal with in the
But I wouldn't
beginning.
get too
She's so
cozy.
arrogant and so
we've
so
got a deal.
combative
Another memory
constantly.
seizes your mind. You race through the burning wastes of Avernus.
Race through Avernus. Woo! Race Avernus. Oh my gosh. I've been sitting down for too long now.
The diabolical figure
Oh,
called
look at that beautiful woman.
through demonic invaders.
With her big axe and her half a horn.
blazing in flame. You are the hunter, and she is your prey.
I don't think either Lae'zel or Shadowheart at start. Yeah, me neither. Shadowheart is also like so tryhard. I have a couple of friends that love this game and I've never played it. Sit and stand desk are winners. Yet I have a desk that I can make into a standing desk. I'm just too lazy today. But yeah, I always recommend Baldur's Gate to anyone who asks. It's literally the best game ever made. The writing is insanely well done. The combat is insanely well done. Everything about this game is just perfect in my mind. If you ask Monkey, on the other hand, Monkey Radio, he's gonna tell you all the things that he's annoyed at the game, about the game. But that is also because he loves this game more than anyone. So he finds those little flaws, and he's like, I want it to be better. I want it to be better. She's still in Hells. I need to get back there.
Wrong on both. Karlak's not just the hell.
She fled Avernus.
Wild little thing. You don't, and I know the famed Blade of Frontiers would never
Hey, what up, nobles?
stand for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a guy called Monkey Radio. Actually, like, if you enjoy stuff like this, I'd recommend him. He's really fucking good. He's really good at this game. He's currently doing a solo honor mode run, so he's playing one character. And if he dies, the save is deleted. Dude is insane. Now in terms of our bargain, I'll find Karlak and kill her. Yeah.
Obedient thing. Oh, I love to
But yeah,
see it.
he's
Good boys get treats. Bad
he's a Baldur's
boys.
Gate streamer,
Well,
Canadian.
Let's not think about
Very
that
chill
till we
vibes, very
meet.
very sweet guy.
Be a good boy. Bring me her
At least
head for
I think
dessert.
so.
I have a sweet tooth. And devils on the menu.
I have a sweet tooth and devils on the menu. Wait, so Nobles is also called Monkey? Is that it? He's a font of all knowledge BG3. Yeah. Like 100%. Honestly, like, now that I have this set up, I've kind of been hoping that Monkey will come in and give me tips on how to improve. Like, coach me. I don't think he will, but... Because I think he'd rather, you know, shove his head in an oven than help out a noob like me. But, like the knowledge he has, man, could probably fit it in so many books. I would love to know what he knows. Wait, yeah, we're gonna get out of here now. We're gonna leave the camp. My two names are Monkey, but Monkey TV was taken. Aww. You never know. He answers questions in the streams all the time. That I know. That I know, though. It's just that, like, I'm so bad at this game, I don't even know what questions to ask. That's the thing. Like, I haven't ever found Ansur, the dragon under Baldur's Gate. I've never found him in any playthrough. That's how bad I am. And I've heard that it's like super easy to find him as well. So that's like the only question I'm like, hey, how do I do this? Alright, we're gonna save here. But I'm definitely gonna go into his stream and bother him with questions. For sure. It's not really super easy. Thank you, Seven. Now I feel a bit better. I feel a little bit better. I don't feel like a total idiot. Let's see who's live. Swear if Monkey's live, we're gonna raid him. Oh wait, he is live, but he has 114 viewers, so I think that might be a bit much for us. No, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna raid Monkey. We are a much smaller stream than he is, but Baldur's Gate 3 knowledge, like Seven said, he's second to none, this guy. He's the fucking best. Let's do this. Oh, come on. My keyboard. Shit, we're gonna do another 10 hours? I did not say that. I did not say that at all, bro. You're amazing, Miss Saurday. I'm gonna have an awesome day. I'm gonna make myself some food now, and then I'm gonna watch the Eurovision Song Contest with some friends later today. I did not say that. I did not say that, man. I'm gonna pause the music now as well. I did not say any of those things, Panda. No. Oh, come on! Come on, we're in the middle of a raid. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. Fuck, alright. Cancel the raid. God fucking damn it, dude. Let's go with the shitty cam. Alright, fuck me, nobles. Jesus. I've been so happy that no one has redeemed this whole stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm so weak. 9, 10. There you go, nobles. 10 push-ups for you. Kiss that floor. I did. I made out with that floor, didn't I? The things you'll do for your chatters. I mean, it's a redeem. If someone redeems it, I gotta do it, right? That's the whole deal. All right, we're gonna raid Monkey. He's awesome at Baldur's Gate. Check him out. He's wonderful. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna be live Monday again. So, we'll definitely continue with the honor run. This is my new obsession. See you then. See you there. Bye.